I think it's time to get into Final Fantasy 16. So according to my PlayStation, you can see on the bottom right, I am 97% through the main story. I'm 54 hours in. I'm trying to decide the order I want to do this in. I think I want to do my A rank hunts. I've got a couple A rank hunts that got to get done. And then I want to do the side quests. And then I want to do the S rank hunts. And then I want to beat the game. That's the order we're doing this in. So yeah, if you look here, I've got like over 10 side quests that all just appeared. They're all brand new. So we're going to go look at our hunts. Because I think if I finish these A ranks that I'm sitting on, I can craft some accessories. And then once I craft those accessories, we'll have S ranks to do to craft our best weapon. So I know I have 2, at least. Yeah, so I'm sitting on these 2 S ranks. I have Gobbermouch in Isla Walud and Agni in Halfcombe. So that's what we're opening up with. Is killing some big mons. Okay, so if he's in Isla, he's somewhere around here. Man, why can't I go down there yet? I'm thinking that one guy is going to be in here. I might have to do a side quest to unlock that area. I might have to do a side quest. Oh, I also got myself some sugary candy to really, really keep myself going. And I ate some sushi right before stream. Fish really helps with your energy levels. Fish really helps with the energy levels. Okay, I got Portal with me. Got some potions. So last time we did all the stuff with Odin. And we took out the final Mother Crystal. We got a lot done. Man, where could he be? He's in the town. And I'm like 90% sure that he has... Oh, there he is. Man, what's a little goblin gonna do to me?
A goblin in ash. How the hell did it cross the strait?
Yeah, no, I agree. How did it get over here? It's not even that strong. It doesn't have a stagger bar, though. That makes it a little dangerous. Enemies that don't have a stagger bar can just kind of keep coming at you. And so you gotta stay on top of them. I kind of get the feeling that he's literally here so people can be like, oh, look at all the cool combos that I can do now on an enemy that actually has enough health to stay alive. Oh man, he got that goblin punch. Oh, whoa, okay. Okay.
Nice try.
That little swing has some oomph to it. That's what I was talking about, those guys who don't have stagger bars. They can get tricky on you. They can get tricky on you. Oh, I got the primitive battle horn from him. Hi, Gluten. Thanks for stopping in. I know you definitely, you're avoiding spoilers, so I appreciate you just popping in to say hi. I'm just doing some very late game hunts in a very late game area right now. Let me just stare at the floor for half a second. Okay, so the other one's going to be in the comb. I thought I was going to get a totally different item from that person. Also, chat, Gluten is another great creator to check out while I'm on break. But I think they might also be going on a break soon once they finish FF16. It's just that kind of, it's that time of year. It's that time of year. A lot of us are taking a step back, making sure we're taking care of ourselves, which is something that I 100% agree with, as I'm doing it myself. Whee! But, Ian, I'm gonna... Oh, I always forget how to do this. Let me just... Got my keyboard right here. Just, rather than reaching over to my laptop. Why don't I just keep doing that? There we go. Everyone go follow Gluten, they're a wonderful creator. And I know they got content all over the place. They got the TikToks, they got the streaming, they got the YouTubes. But oh man, gosh, I can't remember if you've actually played near Gluten, but I'm going down to LA soon. I say soon, it's going to be January. But I got tickets to go see the Nier concert in LA, and I'm very stoked about it. Man, yeah, I can't get in here. Where is this monster? I might have to do some side quests before I can take down this hunt. Because if he's not right here... Yeah, if he's not in this circle up here, that's going to put him behind that door. Hello? It's a game you still need to play. You're attempting to get tickets. Yeah, it's one of those, if... Like, the music of it's beautiful. It's probably my favorite soundtrack of all time. Like, even over every Final Fantasy game, I prefer Nier. But just like any other video game soundtrack, I think it does mean more if you've played the game. Woo! No, 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 no! Ah! I got stuck in that attack. Yeah, it is, I can't think of any other video game that has a soundtrack on its level. I mean, both Nier Replicant and Nier Automata won the Game Award for Soundtrack of the Year in their respective years. And I believe Nier Automata was actually Game of the Year that it came out. I'd have to double check that. I don't know. It might not have been Game Awards Game of the Year, but it did win something's Game of the Year award. Because there is a Game of the Year edition you can buy. But they remade the first game. The first game was a PS3 game. And they re-released it on PS4, PS5. And so it's really accessible to get into the series these days. And I think it would be right up your alley. I'm not going to Distant Worlds this year. I wasn't able to get tickets because I totally missed when they went on sale. And so, like, by the time I went to buy them, they were sold out. And they don't come super close to me anymore. They used to come to Salt Lake all the time. And they would also go to Denver. And now they just, I think the closest I get is Chicago or LA. And I think when I looked at the LA dates, it's like during my busy, like, work weeks when we're not allowed to take time off. We have a short period of the year for 6 weeks that I'm not allowed to take any time off. But I'm going to have to double check. Because maybe they are coming near me. They did do, it's a branch of Distant Worlds called New Worlds that came during, they came to Utah last year, and I went and saw them, and they were really awesome. They're like they play Final Fantasy music, but they're like a small, like, 5-man, like, jazz group kind of thing. Ooh, got him on the parry. On the ground, punk. On the ground. So that was the last Final Fantasy concert I went to. And I think the last chance I had to go to Distant Worlds was pre-COVID in Denver. Was the last time I went. And it's awesome. It's like, if you're a Final Fantasy fan, it's one of those things I recommend everybody go see it at least once. Get staggered, my guy, or die. Either one works. Got him. But yeah, I think there was a time when Distant Worlds was a lot bigger. Like, I want to say they put on, like, 30-ish shows in the U.S. Oh, Stone Tongue. I've been waiting for that.
I've had warmer welcomes.
I've been waiting for that Stone Tongue. Just ignore that big thing on the map. But yeah, I don't know if it was like they overestimated how many shows they could sell out back in the day. And so they decided to cut back once they had a better idea.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
Oh yeah, here we go.
Should last you a good while.
Okay, what am I still missing for you? The stained loincloth. Still missing a stained loincloth to make that. Trying to craft my ultimate weapons, and then...
Anything else?
I'm pretty sure all I have left is S-rank hunts. And now I've got a ton of side quests. Ton of side quests for people, so... everything from here on, very spoiler heavy. Very spoiler heavy. Um, I will put out that warning. But thanks so much for stopping by, Gluten. You have a wonderful rest of your day. You have a wonderful rest of your day, and I think you're streaming today, so I'll probably see you over there. Depending on what time I finish. Okay. Let's pick up this one at the reading table. Oh, there's two at the reading table. In a mood. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all of his time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gavin his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with his supply of antelope bones. Oh no.
What is it this time,
Oh man,
Torgal?
is this going to be a Torgal finishing quest? Oh man. We're going to start off crying right off the bat. Search of a lost tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exists ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thought that the mere possession is deemed a crime. And it was a chance encounter with one such tome, from a distance, that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I am willing to offer compensation for services rendered.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Yeah, we gotta go find the secret books. Okay, we're gonna go see what's up with our boy Torgal.
Lady Karen has seen herself.
Oh, look at him! What you staring at, buddy?
Pining for something, boy.
What's wrong, Torgal?
What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age.
Oh man, he used to bite himself.
Doubly hard.
Ripley
in
does
being
that
a
sometimes.
frostwolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, "You want my iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for." I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Oh man.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
He's not ready.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Oh man, we're going on an adventure with Torgal.
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
It's true. It's true. Dogs just love unconditionally, you know?
Where to then, Torgal?
Where we going, Torgal? What's got you worried?
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosario.
Oh man. I can already tell I am not emotionally prepared for this.
Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Everybody's out here talking about crying over Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm here to cry over Final Fantasy 16. It's chest. Oh man, where are we going, Torgal? What secret location are you taking me to?
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
Not gonna make Torgal swim. We ain't about that. Where are we going? Oh, look at this cute little island.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
What is the
Is she there?
rookery?
I bet I could still beat you.
Man, what are these? There's items on this island. Makes me feel like there might be a chest. I have a couple of what you call them? Oh, whoa, it's a little tree house. I have a couple of orchestration rolls that I haven't found yet. That it says they're in
Here
chests.
we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Oh, look at him!
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, Shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy?
Oh man, what's Torgal concerned about?
This is all from the castle
What is all this stuff?
in Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
Oh man.
My sparring sword.
You went looking for me.
Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy?
Oh man.
Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up.
He's the best character, man. Torgal's the best character.
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Oh, man. What do you still have to show me, boy? What's more emotional than that?
It's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
Man, so he would have had to
think I
get
know where
those
we're
things
going.
and swim out to the island and bring him here. Man, what a view. What a view.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal.
Mad truths.
Let's go home.
Mad truths being spoken. What a quest. What a quest. The charred sparring sword. Clive's old sparring sword salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion 18 winters past. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Rodney Murdoch. Man, displayed in Clive's chambers. Man, okay. Okay. That's a way to start it off. I feel like I know there's a few, so depending on who the quest is about, there's two specifically that I'd like to save for the end.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only
Where
right
could
that
it be?
I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
It's going to
You
be
say so.
somewhere like
Forgive me,
an old
Clive,
library.
for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Okay, so Hippocrates has some info for me. Hi, Dion. Yeah, I want to get like all the minor important characters out, and then I want to start doing like the party
Clive, my
members.
boy.
Torgles was
Pleasure
probably
is
a
to see
little
you.
was a little much to start
There's
with.
something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
For the executors.
Coveters of secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies.
Okay.
One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it.
Oh
for
man,
that
so I'm
matter.
gonna have to...
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
A fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin
I need to
air?
go talk to the Undying.
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors
Oh.
of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond.
Okay.
Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Okay. Yeah, let's go out to Waloed. Yeah, I've been to Garnick. I went to Garnick once, and there was a bunch of just enemies there. It was a bunch of Akashic. It's one of two cities that are just chilling out here in the fields.
Enough of you, are there?
I like the design of Ash. It's kind of like, it's like half Sambrique, half Rosaria, is what it feels like.
The entire village looks abandoned.
It kind of feels like,
What a bookworm live in.
what's it called? Coerthus from 1.0. Is probably what I'd describe it as. Feels like reused 14 assets that just don't exist anymore. In the wake of the tragic fire at Cair Norvent in 873V and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvise weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of esteemed intelligencers.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this?
Atrophodia, or tail of wyvern, white of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed. The tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate, that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to wounds, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
From a Distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of the bearer of the heavenly blessing. The wording used by the tribunes of the time, those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, their reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The divers nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into position of powers in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation, and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Alstian people. After the Bearing's lasting resistance was crushed, the nations of Alastia came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, bearers are other than human, has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies. Whoa!
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
The folklorist fabulary. The Moogle, no spirit or sprite more often in Valstian folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy, congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest not remain but crumb in the morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly covered pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet, there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb on top of its brow. The fact that the creatures actually exist! Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may not be so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole, whose feet do not touch the ground, among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration besides the name, why, is none other than the Moogle, of course. It is true that these creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away far from human view. Oh man, I like that. Man, what else is there hiding in this old house? Man, I can't help but notice that it doesn't want me to teleport out of Garnick. It wants me to leave Garnick, which makes me think someone's going to jump me the second I try to leave to take the book.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it, or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. but by one means or another...
Man, I want to know about
its
these
contents
guys.
shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Oh man, this guy thinks he can take me on.
Let's see, shall we?
Oh, these poor fools.
Farewell.
Just barely mistimed that. This guy really thought. He really thought. So yeah, it's kind of wild that, like, it's expected that that's the story of the bears, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, oh, it's crazy that it's just like so well hidden from everyone, that history. Because I always thought that, like, they call them bears because they were bears of the quote-unquote cursed from the story of Zemeckis. So the idea that, like, oh no, like, it used to mean something different, that's the thing that surprises me. What you gonna do now, punk?
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
Man.
Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
What if Vivian's one of their members? I feel like we're gonna find out that Vivian was getting the book to get rid of it. That would be a wild turn of events.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
Man.
You You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
Man,
It did. Or it's
that's an
also
interesting
rather.
lesson. That's an
She
interesting
was
lesson.
a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm.
And I
And by
question how I
shunning
feel about it.
society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Good for you.
You still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within.
Man, I enjoy
So if
Vivian
you'll
as a
permit
character.
me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
What am I going to get from Vivian? I feel like she's going to give me something to display. An inconvenient truth. A scholar's bonnet. Is that a climate change reference? Is that what's going on there? Oh, I have new hunts. I have new hunts now. Okay, let's finish the people outside the hideaway.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers?
Gotta figure out what's gonna end up happening with our boy Lubor.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go...
Man,
there is
what's he
one
gonna
small
do?
issue I'd like your assistance with.
What's he
Well,
gonna do?
two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
The orphans.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and...
Oh yeah,
loved.
we'll take him to the hideaway.
The hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget
Why
this.
doesn't Lubor come to the
Lubor?
hideaway is my
Are
question.
you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them.
I'll
We
take
need to
care of them.
evacuate. There's no time to lose. Further, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now.
Oh,
I
man.
need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation. Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
It's about to go down. Also, I think there was a chest behind me. Do 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 do. Oh no, just something I can inspect.
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
Conrad, Natalie, it's about to go down.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing
Oh my
news,
gosh.
might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would
These
you
guys
lie
are going to
about
die
something like
because of
this?
their own hubris.
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that.
Oh,
Now be off with you.
man, these guys are the worst.
You're making a mistake.
This whole town, yeah, about to get slaughtered.
It's no use. They're not going to listen to me. We'll just have to do what we can without them. I should speak to Lord Furder.
I think we'd better shut up shop.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Oh man, you can hear everybody just doesn't care. What do you have that's new?
Anything I can interest you in?
Ah. Sun bracelets.
Here you are.
Pick those up for the moment. Oh no, I already owned one. It just isn't equipped. Well, now I feel dumb. I need potions. I've been
Why,
low on
thanks.
potions for a hot minute.
An excellent choice.
Lord Furda, no one's
Furda.
escaping.
Sid, what's wrong? I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I
Yeah,
can do to
no,
help you defend
I'm
Dalamel,
gonna kill a bunch
you
of these
only have to
Akashic.
ask. I appreciate it.
Sid! Further! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor, I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
Oh man, they're probably trying to string him up.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
Here comes.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
Oh.
You should run!
Oh man, that was a pretty solid. That was a pretty solid rock throw.
Far away.
Also, why does their street have such large rocks just chilling? Somebody needs to clean stuff up.
Wait, someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Yeah, you just threw rocks at children, punks.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town.
You tell them, kids.
Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day every day making sure things run smoothly around here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well?
The truth is that in real life,
Stop smiling?
nobody would have a realization based on this speech.
Going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
Yeah, no, in real life, no one would have a realization. They'd all just be like, you can't tell us what to do, little kids. Get out of here.
We will fight.
And that's why it is a Final Fantasy.
All right, then.
That is the true fantasy, is people overcoming racism.
Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Oh man, that prelude coming in though. Bum bum dum bum 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 dum bum 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 bum.
Allow me to explain the situation.
We need Clive to kill as many Akashic as possible.
Occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
Oh no.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage, and they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the
It's
north
going to be
gate.
like 7
The
of
rest
them.
of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic Force as soon as it is spotted.
Force is going to
And
show
as
up. It's
soon
going to
as
be
it
like
has
7
been,
monsters that have died.
We will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all?
The front lines.
I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and
Oh man,
branch.
I'm not even waiting for him to
A little
attack.
gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
But is anyone going to give Lubor an apology by the end of all of this? That's
Looks
the real
like everyone's
question.
ready.
Oh, I've been to that little town before.
Fly, Ambrosia.
I was looking for a hunt once and I thought it would be here.
There's the flood. But what's waiting for us inside?
Oh man, I don't know if I should be having Ambrosia. Oh man, these Akashic are level 40. That's the highest level, I think that's the highest level enemy I've run into outside of a hunt.
We can't leave a single one alive.
This guy. Time to just start zipping around. Judgment Bolt! Ow. Jerk.
Help me, boy.
Yes, boy.
Get staggered. Let everybody else get electrocuted. The old Shiva freeze. And away we go. Get him on the ground. This guy is an Akashic Gentleman. see anything gentle about him. Ooh, exploded. Exploded with magic. What a good time. Yeah, we took care of it, my guy.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
We're gonna show back up and they're gonna be dead.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with.
Okay.
Seems that might be the last of them.
The last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charitina?
I killed like 20 of them.
Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive.
Lubor's like, now I'm getting town.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope
Even more
that you can
fantastical
forgive
stuff
us.
here.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is
Oh,
a stain
man.
on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see.
Even the concept of what they like.
I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen.
Man.
They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
Lubor building the second
As we
hideaway.
failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Man, basically the way we have it at the moment. Every city left standing is like,
Condition
we're cool with
accepted.
bearers. There's only like 4 of
Well
them.
then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
Yeah, you get a fez. Just like Doctor Who.
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Yeah, give me something to put in my room.
Lubor, About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalamel.
I'll do my best.
I think a really interesting thing about the towns in game that somebody brought up was that if you did a locked camera angle and like put it above, a lot of them are designed very similar to classic Final Fantasy towns from like a top-down view. Which makes you realize how small some of the classic Final Fantasy towns actually are. The Briar's Kiss signboard. Yeah, I seem to just be getting signboards from a lot of people. Okay. I have another in Tabor. We'll go ahead and go get this one.
Welcome, welcome.
Will of Darkness Gungreer.
Take care.
Man, there's so many accessories to buy. I want to check. Hopefully I don't have to get every accessory. Man, I haven't even looked at trophies. Man, yeah, I'd have to... start looking at hidden trophies to see. I'm going to have to... I want to have everything 100%ed, and then I'll look and see, oh, do I need to buy every accessory?
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Oh man, we got somebody out in Ash.
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes.
Yeah, this guy keeps sending people to die.
To one of the most able of our order, the third chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet...
Oh, maybe he is learning a bit.
To inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It would not.
All right, I'll listen to my own advice and go help this guy.
Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed.
The southern reaches?
What ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Man, so where's this gonna be is my question. Is this gonna get me behind that frickin' door? It is. I feel like this is actually going to be a quicker teleport. Because I can call Ambrosia directly from here. The other one I would have had to get out of town before I could get Ambrosia. Let's go! Was that a chest?
Straight home now.
Whoa! What? Adamantite gauntlets? Hold up. Don't think I need the Wages of Warcraft. Increases maximum HP by 500. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I can actually switch this now to something different. What I really need... I'll leave it on for now. Actually, no. I know what I'll change it to. I need Gil. Swift shot. Oh, maybe I haven't bought the Gil one. Alright, Torgal. We're increasing your old attack potency. Yeah. Got that normal attack all the way up. And how far? Who's this guy? Just a regular old monster? Ow.
I'm hurt, Torgal.
So I know that there's like a timing for Torgal's attacks, but I don't actually know what it is. I just saw that there was something that, like, if you timed it right, you got a boost. Okay. Man, yeah, that dude was just a regular monster. I remember once upon a time when those were hunts. I said this direction would be quicker. I got very distracted. I don't need to fight these guys. I ain't worried about it. Here we are. Yeah, this was like the one place on the map
This must be Mickelberg.
that I couldn't get to yet. Oh, whoa. Here they are. Actual people still left on Ash.
People unturned. And the village seems safe enough at least.
Interesting things, interesting things.
What is going on here?
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of
Water.
you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
What call?
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Oh, man.
Give themselves.
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
They're all here to worship Ultima.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
Man, what's going to
I
happen?
want to be saved. Forgive me. But did another foreigner, like me, come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him. They seek the same salvation Barnabas did.
Man,
At least the third chair is still alive.
I don't think he is
Let's
alive.
go and find him.
I want to explore this town a bit. Man, still not finding any of these orchestration roles. Might have to look them up, in all honesty. Because if they're just in chests, they could be literally anywhere. They could be in, like, levels I have to go replay. But it also looks like to get my platinum trophy, there's a lot I'm going to have to do. And I'll probably just do that during my replay on
Excuse
me.
Gimme Final Fantasy mode.
Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's me.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill, much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter.
Oh no, don't fall for Ultima's spell.
Their prayers. Have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him.
The worst. The worst, these
Serve
guys.
him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. and so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream, that they might do their duty to their lord, even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
Ugh.
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
What's going on out in the
I'll go
square?
find out what? Stay here.
Did they all become Akashic? Did they turn into a giant monster? Oh, an Aether Flood.
An Aether Flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her. Come on. Over here!
These guys... There's gonna be a big one eventually. I can easily see how this is gonna be a multi-phase battle. Yes, Torgal. Kill them. Kill them all. No way that's it.
What now?
Yeah, I did notice this was like an elevator when I walked into town. Oh, whoa. Okay.
We meet again. I've killed your kind before. Nice try.
Get out of my face. And get on the ground. I feel like these guys are so easy to parry for me now. Like I've really figured out their patterns. But I've spent a lot of time training against these guys to like practice new abilities and stuff. Oh. Totally just hit the wrong button there. I'm staggered. These guys are just chonky is the thing. They got a lot of health. Ooh. Love when I get my Judgment Bolt finish.
Damn it.
Man, there's too many of them. No! My guy! And they're all about to turn Akashic. You can see it in their eyes.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord.
There they go.
Just as I did, when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become Akashic in order to achieve it.
A lot of weird ideals in these last side quests.
I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Oh no.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Where are they going, though? They're not violent. They're just bouncing from town. Oh, sweet. It's just teleported me right back. Sometime later.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
Cyril's not going to like it.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
The Mickelberg Report.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Okay, that I agree with.
Sid would agree.
That I agree with. They're bringing it full
He
circle.
wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be, only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course.
Oh, that's a...
I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once.
The Book of Martyrs.
My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here...
Man, so if that guy was the third chair,
every one of my fallen
and
brothers
Cyril
and
seems to
sisters
be in charge, I wonder where
feel
that
the
places
same.
Yote. I wonder where Yote sits in the grand. Oh, I got an Orichalcum from him. Interesting. I thought I was going to unlock a new S rank to get my last Orichalcum. What's that mean, then? What's that mean? Okay, so that finishes things up here. Let's go finish up the Dame side quest. And then we'll go back to the hideaway and start picking up those.
A fortress?
Gosh, so many of them. But I also had a new hunt unlocked, so now I'm curious.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the market.
Welcome.
We have something new. It's probably Odin related, yep.
And a fine day to you.
I wouldn't mind finding one that shortens the cooldown on my Judgment Bolt.
Saw the captain just now. Your town needs you.
Oh man, the whole town's in shambles. Because that
Do you have
guy's
a
trying to
moment,
take
Clive?
over.
What
That's
is
that
it?
crazy guy.
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady.
Oh man, this is the one who was,
The pleasure of speaking.
My name is Sabine.
Yeah, Sabine, she was
And
the
it
one
is
who was
my
giving the guy crap.
displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is
Oh, the
causing
daughter.
the town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting
Overbearing
to
and
his every action.
supercilious.
Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire.
Man, I can't help but notice that most rich people have a crystal on their hip. Carry these little tubes with crystals on their hip.
Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
No, I think we joined her rebellion and kill him.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
Under new management. Part 2. Yeah, no, I think we should join with Sabine.
Your town needs you.
Your town needs you.
Saw the captain just now.
What does the dame have to say about all this?
And what does the Danes?
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your
I think Sabine's got the right of it.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right, as
Yeah,
always.
I don't see why we're not taking the dude down.
In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, You could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Man,
Thank you,
the
Clive.
one piece of info
I'll look into one of the other sightings.
that
Let's rendezvous
still don't
back
have
here
about
later.
this game is where did the Fallen come from? That is the grand mystery that I'm still waiting on. And if they don't tell me in the final dungeon, I feel like it's worth the DLC.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Aw, man. I love when I get a really solid swipe from Heatwave. Oh. I already used that attack. Death by 1,000 punches. Death by electrocution. Oh man, that was way overkill on that guy. Yeah, so like I know that these guys are like Ultima servants. These ones I've seen quite a few of. But the Fallen are different. Are you healing? Spectre was healing him. Yeah, who is doing that cure? Death by 1,000 punches? And a bit of stabby stab. Okay, so it was just some little guys. Some little guys, nothing big. Which is also kind of surprising.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. Are you alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have
Well,
eyes
they
in the
can
north?
teleport.
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure.
We gotta
You
go
head
check
back
out
to
the north.
Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Yeah, I really want to know the difference. Because it seems like, based on the Fallen Runes we've been in, that they were worshipping Ultima at some point.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country?
Happier.
The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, How will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street.
There's a middle ground between these two ideologies.
Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore.
Wow.
You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Whoa.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
Hundreds?
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes.
Nah, man.
Protect those
Getting that rousing
love.
speech going.
Together for Northreach.
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on.
Yeah, they'll listen to the old captain.
But she is but a common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
Man, this guy needs to learn some lessons. That he's an asshole. Also, I gotta go kill some of these thralls.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still won for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe.
Let me turn into Ifrit and just decimate all of them.
The thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you.
I literally could just turn into
You
Ifrit
can thank us when
and
it's over.
stop all of them.
Till then, madame.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge in the barracks. We'll be safe there.
Time to go kill some things. Look at these guards acting like they're actually going to accomplish something. And everybody be talking about that crystal over there. And people will be saying it's Leviathan, but based on the positioning of, like, where we are, like, that's clearly the Northern Wastes, which was where Shiva was. Like, I feel like that's probably obviously Shiva's crystal taken by the Blight. Maybe I'm crazy.
This is more like it.
Ah, here they come.
Test me.
Oh, man. I can't become a freak, but I sure can semi-prime. Oh man, Torgal's getting serious now.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun.
Here we go. Now we're getting serious. I didn't time that. Ooh!
I needed that.
Whee! Get staggered, my guy. Get staggered. Man, I was really hoping to get him with the counter, but I read his attack wrong. I mean, I still got him, but, you know, wasn't as cool.
That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Okay, so this is our... That's our finish with the Dame. I love that, like, every town learns that it can defend itself if it just bands together.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong.
Oh man, is this guy out here learning a lesson?
I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force,
That's not Urianger, is it?
nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority.
No way.
Being one of them. By knowing what they feel.
Hold on.
Because you feel it yourself.
Hold on.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His radiance said it himself.
Let me see this.
Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This
Apparently it is, yeah.
I should have listened to
That's
you.
that's Urianger.
To all of you.
Your Eminence.
Well, now I kind of like him.
I do not doubt that you came here with the best.
Now I kind of like him.
But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all
Should have
want safety, security, prosperity.
paid better attention.
Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
Look at him learning lessons, not being an asshole.
If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded. Can we get you anything?
All right, well,
There's no
it's,
need to worry.
this is our final quest out in the world completed.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
I mean, I know the ones that we do in
the treatment of the wounded.
the hideaway are
I'll be
gonna
happy to
take us
mount
out
one end
into
of
the
a
world.
stretcher if it would help.
But I mean with like people we talk to out here, ones we pick up.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Oh, look at Clive.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer.
Riley, hello, hello.
He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again.
No.
And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
Oh no.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end.
Bummer for
It was the
her.
greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Well, and now she runs it. Now she runs it.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy.
Yeah, she's been trying to take Clive from Jill from day one.
But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Quest complete. What do I get from them? Oh, another orichalcum. Interesting. Man, I thought my orichalcums were going to come from hunts. And they opened up my mind. What is that? Collect 6 signboards. Okay. How you doing today, Riley?
Last one.
How have you found yourself on this fine Saturday? I guess your Saturday's getting ready to come to a close. You're breaching into Sunday. Meh? Sometimes you need a meh weekend. Sometimes you need a weekend just lounge around, not do too much. Right, I want to go see. Supposedly I've got new hunts on the hunt board. What do I have? Oh man, I got a bunch. The Wailing Banshee, the Grim Reaper, the Knight of Splendent Heart, the Penitent's Gate in Sambreek, I know where that is. Cape Orsier in Sambreek, I know where that is. And Garnick Walood. Okay, I know where all of these are. There's a saying among the Imperial soldiers of the Northreach garrison, steer clear of the drowned tower, lest the Spectre's sequel rip your root. You speak in typically uncouth terms of the thrall that dwells within the Aether Flood. Man, we gotta go get some of those. Also, just saw some suspicious stuff near your apartment. When you went to check, I realized I was looking very sus as well. Oh, man, that's the worst. That's the worst. I've had that happen to me before. Like, I thought I've had stuff going on outside, so I've, like, gone to check on it. And then when I go to check on it, it's like, oh, no, I'm the problem now. Man, there are a ton of side quests here right at the end.
Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you are.
Okay, just got my Genji gloves.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Man, okay, so before we start hitting these up, we're going to go do these A ranks. We're going to go do these A ranks. So we've got this one. They're saying to avoid the tower. Yeah, it's over here at Westwatch. So we'll teleport over to Northreach. Some bright blue blinking cops saw no bright blue blinking lights. Saw no cop or ambulance, so it seemed kind of odd at 1 a.m. Oh yeah, that is kind of weird.
And how might I help the garrison today?
And so it seems like hunts are unlocking as I'm doing side quests. I think I've only been down to Westwatch once.
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue eyes.
Man, it's kind of odd to look at
Do be careful.
look at the cities without their mother crystals when you stare at them off the coast.
Ready, girl? Run like the wind.
Man, so it's chilling over there. Yeah, I'm ready to take on a Reaper, a Lich.
Just the one of you, eh?
Liches are one of my favorite enemies to fight, actually. I find them to be a good time. Bum, 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 bum. Man, we might max out level. Because you can only get to level 50 in the in your first playthrough. Which is actually a callback to classic Final Fantasy. Most people don't realize that in the original Final Fantasy, you could only hit level 50. But my understanding is that it ups to 100 in the second playthrough. Oh? This guy's gonna be easy enough to take down. Just a little dragon. It's these other guys that are causing me problems. These little dragonettes. Man, where is this guy? He might be right in front of this. Which I haven't tried to hunt any of these little towers down yet. I don't know when these actually unlock.
This one's awake.
Found a couple of these. Chronoliths are similar to an Arete Stone in that within them is hidden a virtual battlefield accessible by Clive and Clive alone. Each chronolith presents Clive with a time trial in which he must combat continuous waves of deadly enemies equipped only with the feat and abilities of a single icon. Oh, cool.
Let's see what's inside.
It's a little challenge mode. Within this ancient menhir awaits a harrowing trial in which Clive must race to overcome a host of deadly foes, wielding the blessing of but a single icon, Bahamut. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm going to have to go back and do those later. That's going to be an off-stream thing. I'll make a save file before I finish. Man, where is this guy? There he is. I see him. Ran right past him. Oh, good sir. The Prince of Death. What level are you? 40? Get on the ground. Get electrocuted. Oh man, he's not close enough to me.
Too slow.
We're still gonna get him knocked down though. Yeah, the Lich has really nice telegraphing on their attacks in terms of getting like counter abilities, which makes them a lot of fun. Oh man, I was just slightly too early. We still got him. Ooh! That's new. And the Judgment Bolt finish. I like finishing him off with Judgment Bolt. Just kind of feels right. Feels cool. Oh, Darksteel, I've been needing that.
I'm getting tired of these things.
Okay, question. Where is the Penitent Gate? Fair Norving. Clary's Gate. Belts down. Vintner's Gate. Old Road. Dragon's Airy. Oh wait, the Penitent's Gate. Ah. I know where this guy is. I know where this guy is. Oh. He's right there. Holding on to your empire, are ya?
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
He hasn't heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
Yeah, nah, man, your boy Dion's fine. Ooh. I need this guy on the ground.
Silence.
This is the first time I've fought a Dragoon in a hot minute. I forgot that they are not slouches. Got him on that counter. Oh, get him before he goes up. Man, this is just a cool arena to fight in. You never really have to come here in the game. Are summoners just Walmart dominance? I don't know. I feel like, in all honesty, a lot of people were all like, oh, so what class is Clive? And I feel like he's half blue mage, half summoner. I feel like that's what he is. If I had to give him a class. And really, there's not anything like him in the series. Like, a lot of people wanna label him as like a specific class or what he's close to. Like, some people are like, oh, well, he's a paladin or he's a dark knight or whatever. And it's like, no, none of those classes have abilities like Clive. He takes his abilities from his enemies, which is a very blue mage thing to do. But like, obviously, he's like this melee summoner. Like, he's a caster.
Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Like, he's got dominant brand abilities, but he's not necessarily summoning each icon as he uses them. Which makes him much closer to Garnick. Yeah, Garnick was that town. Got an A rank over here in Garnick, and I'm not sure what it would be.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Enough of you, are there?
Based on the fact that it's been giving me Orichalcum from doing side quests instead of hunts, I might get my sword before I think I was going to. I'm not sure what I'm still missing.
That'll do, girl.
Okay, where's this hunt? Whoa! Okay. I haven't fought one of these in a hot minute.
Harmon's madness lives on.
Oh, this is exciting. These things are super fun to fight.
Nice try.
And no slouch either. They move super fast, so they're kind of hard to get solid hits on.
This should help.
Dang it, I was hoping I could hit that counter. Ooh, nice. Come on. Dang it.
Nice try.
Got it. That's what I was trying to do earlier. Oh! She slid past me.
To me, boy. Not good.
You jerk. Dodging my attacks. Got the parry. Yank her down. Ah. There's a lot going on. Woo! Yeah, I really enjoy fighting them. I think I can summon them in training.
Rest in peace.
Man. All right, back to the hideaway we go. Still have a bunch of side quests. But I might be able to make my sword. I wanted to make my sword last, but I mean, if I can, I might as well.
What do you want?
Whoa, I can. I still can't make this. Oh no, I'm wearing that. It's this. Looking for a stained loincloth. I think I know who I get it from.
No scratches, all right?
Half past Twilight trophy earned.
Anything else?
Did auto equip it? Oh yeah, because I had to get rid of my other one to make it. Man, so this is it. Best weapon in the game. If Ragnarok was forged to mark the War of the Gods, then Gotterdam Rung, meaning Twilight of the Gods, was forged to mark the fall of those self-same deities. So it looks just like the Ragnarok, but I think it's just slightly nicer. Yeah, color scheme's a little different. good looking sword. So, okay, so I've got new stuff at the reading table. And I've got new stuff here to look at, my wall of memories. So I just got the Vale signboard. I got the Briar's Kiss. And I got the Clay Earth. So all the signboards came from people out in the world. Those were all my main area quests. I got my Scholar's Bonnet from Vivian. This came from... what's his name? Otto. This Ornamental Caesar. Beyond the Outer Seas, gifted to Clive by Karen. Oh, that was for Karen, that's right. The apples were from that long side quest. That was one of the first things I got. Ambrosia's Tack was from the Ambrosia side quest. And the charred sparring sword came from our boy Torgal. Our wall pretty filled out. So a new one spawned at the reading table. Fine Hound, the two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now. There's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours, He'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you, but that don't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of Kupo nuts. You do good to remember that. Aw, Torgal's the best. Again, it occurs to me that a single word of thanks does not nearly suffice to express my gratitude for reuniting me from a distance. The tome made me who I am today, and yet I thought that you should never set eyes upon it again. I should never set eyes upon again. That those who took it from me had forever robbed me of a part of myself, but now I am whole again. Thanks to you, I regret that I can only fill the gaps in your knowledge, and not the holes in your soul, for which reason I shall ever be in your debt. A new day, I am not so foolish to believe that a single shaming at the hands of the twin urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred built up in one's heart, just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding it of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and more often than not, a stiff brush and a bucket of a lie. But more than that, it takes time. Fortunately, your courage and leadership has granted us just that. We must now decide whether to embrace or waste it. A wise man once said, "The night is always darkest before dawn." It is a good thing that I can count one who burns so bright amongst my friends. My Lord Marquis, I write to thank you for the kind consideration you have shown for those whose names are written within the page of the Book of Martyrs. I know that it would move them deeply to know that the first shield of the Phoenix laments their passing. Though each and every member of our order stands ready to sacrifice their lives in service of the Phoenix, I do not doubt that those who are taken before their time go with regret for the long years of duty left undone. That they should live on in the memory of a proud son of House Rosfield, such as yourself, shall surely go some way to soothing their sorrows. May the Phoenix flame burn ever in your heart. Cyril, bearer of the burning quill. That which conquers all. Here not long removed from the last you placed yourself between us and peril. I sit and pen yet another letter in which I try to find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still, something feels different about our latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we found strength elsewhere, in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that which should have been apparent all along. We are not as different as we want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bearer love his family any less than another man does his own? It is this love that has united us and given us true strength. Should every thrall, Akashic bandit, and brigand in the realm
from beyond the rift
come charging our gates, we will not fret, we will not falter, we will fight! Ruru Jaws, welcome in! Oh, so this one's for Hippocrates. Master Clive, I am aware there are matters of much greater importance which demand your attention, but should you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves, and I might ask a single favor concerning His Highness Prince Dion. Sure.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Yeah, so this is going to be Hippocrates Capper quest. We've got a fair few quests to still make it through. So yeah, we have 7. No, 6. Plus the one I'm doing right now. So yeah, 7. To get through. Before we go do the final dungeon. Do I think Clive will go down in history as one of the most powerful FF protagonists? Man, so power scaling Clive is weird. Power scaling Clive is weird. I was talking with someone about this earlier.
Hippocrates.
I
received your note.
Ah, yes.
I'll answer it right after this cutscene.
Wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor.
Oh.
This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway.
Interesting.
At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet
Man,
to
so is this
find
going to
the
be a
right
Dion
moment.
Capper quest and
His
a
Highness
Hippocrates
always
Capper
seems so
quest?
preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting, not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him.
I love
I
Dion
did
as a
nothing
character.
to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace.
Oh, the wyvern tail. That's the
Fabulous
Sam
and
Breek
fraudsters all,
flower.
of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try.
When the Crystal Dominion
find this
opened
flower?
up and did that flower, I
Now
thought
I
it was
know
so
it.
cool. It was very
You've seen
Nier-esque.
cultivated wyvern
It's very
tails
Nier-esque.
before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the colour. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find
Oh man, I
no
want to see a
likely
purple
location.
one.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Okay, so we're headed back to
Thank you,
Ash.
Clive. And please, be safe.
So whether or not Clive goes down as one of the most powerful MCs, I think is less a discussion of Clive specifically and more a discussion of how strong are the icons. Because the thing is I don't think Clive can turn into every icon, but he can use their powers. And who knows, I might be wrong. Maybe I watch Clive prime into something besides eat fruit later. We are at the end of the game after all. But I think so that's kind of the thing is like you look at other Final Fantasy games and you have summoners who can summon all the icons. And so he kind of like sits in a power state of pretty similar to a summoner, but also kind of a blue mage. He's kind of a mix between a summoner and a blue mage. His his power specifically doesn't feel otherworldly. And what I mean by that is, like, if you look at FF7, for example, Cloud specifically isn't that strong. Like, Cloud, yeah, he's got some stuff going on with, like, Soldier, Genova cells and stuff like that. And he's got materia that, like, give him powerful magics and stuff. But Cloud himself is usually buoyed up by, like, the life stream or something. But we kind of have to take that into his feats. That, like, he's had his friends help him, the life stream, stuff like that.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over.
To like, help him defeat stuff.
Next to a waterfall.
I haven't seen Clive do anything that I think could take on, like, Cloud with the life stream in him. But, like, in, like, base form, I think Clive is probably stronger than Cloud. And so, like, it's a weird... I think it gets into, like, a discussion of forms and things like that, because I think Ifrit, by virtue, is probably stronger than a lot of FF protagonists. Did I just go the wrong way? I did. I ran right past where I was supposed to go. I think Ifrit is probably stronger than a lot of FF protagonists. But also, we've watched FF protagonists take down summons. You know, like Warrior of Light in 14 has fought Ifrit and been fine. So it's all like, well, is FF16's Ifrit stronger than Primal Ifrit in 14? Which I think the answer is yes. But it becomes like a thing of how much stronger.
Be safe.
An Akashic Lindworm. Man, I totally messed up on that counter. But yeah, so I think there's a discussion to be had. I think power scaling is weird in those cross conversations. Oh man, I need this guy dead. Torgal, get him. Torgal with the final shot. Okay, here's these wild wyvern tails that I need. Speaking of Ifrit, I'm so happy to see Ifrit look cool again after FF15. So yeah, Ifrit's probably, of all the FF15 designs, he's my least favorite. I agree. I really like most of the designs in 15. I really liked FF15's version of Garuda, even though that was like a crossover. I thought Leviathan looked great. The Titan we got in 15 and the Titan we have in 16 are largely similar. Bahamut was another one that I'm so on. I think his design was cool. Not my favorite Bahamut by any means. I think my favorite Bahamut is actually FF14's Bahamut. I think FF14 Bahamut is undefeated. I should probably note that I play Summoner in FF15 basically exclusively.
I think I did.
Or in FF14. But I do think Clive sits on the stronger side.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Dion, come talk to Hippocrates. I think the other thing is to note, Clive is one of the more experienced Warriors of Light that we've ever gotten as an FF Pro tag. He's like 35. Or like 33, I think, when you do the math. Like, he's old. And he's battle hardened.
Me? No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Most FF15 designs were weird and experimental, but 15 Shiva was pretty cool too.
No.
Yeah, Shiva had a really nice design. And I'll say,
after
I
everything
loved
I have
15 in like base form. I remember.
I have taken countless innocent lives.
Oh man, I'm into
and
this
ruined
cutscene for a second.
More. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes. Or
I
die
love
in the
Dion
attempt.
so much.
But were I to meet with him again and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right.
Bahamut's like one of my favorite
must, at the very
summons.
least, offer him my gratitude.
And I've just really enjoyed
well, then.
Dion.
Take me to him.
Follow me.
So, Arden, I agree, Dark Goku. Arden really carries 15 for me. And I'm really bummed about the canceled DLCs. And that's the thing. I loved the game in its original form. I think Royal Edition, like, takes it so much higher on the list for me. And it's like, in my top, like, 5 or 6 games. I cried when I beat that game, like
Even
a baby,
now,
for like an hour.
I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
But, it's... Oh, man, this cutscene's so good. I gotta just be in this for a minute. And then I'll make my point on 15.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue.
Because there's like trauma for him with the white
Roots are
wyvern tail.
indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower,
Mio! You can't look at the screen! Run, Mio, run!
Tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it. Just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Oh man, poor Dion!
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
Oh, man.
As you wish, Your Highness.
Hippocrates knows he doesn't think he's coming back.
Your return.
I think he doesn't think he's coming back. Oh, no! No, take the flower!
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Oh, man! Oh! I'm gonna be in shambles. I'm gonna be in shambles by the end of this stream. I love you too, Mio. Mio, you just resubscribed with the Prime. We gotta get you on the board. We gotta get you on the board.
Not for you. I fear I might never.
Mio is another good friend of mine.
With him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T.
Bam. Got Mio up on the board.
One's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What you got for me, Hippocrates?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Oh, wow.
When that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Hippocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Oh, man, that's a cool gift. That's such a cool gift to get from him. Tale to tell. Oh, and I just leveled up. 47. Oh, and Bahamut's Mercy. Interesting. An interesting thing to get at that point. Alright, see if I've leveled up my knowledge. Let's see if I've leveled up my knowledge. Oh, not yet.
Wish to study the tomes?
Not yet. I gotta do a few more side quests. Okay. Gonna get these ones. Who's chilling in the atrium? That's what I gotta find out. Okay, so the point I was gonna make on Final Fantasy 15 is Final Fantasy 15 is a game that it was very experimental. It was different with like the open world and such. But I think it's a game that you get as much out of it as you put into it. I think if you're willing to side quest, if you're willing to stop and hear the stories with the boys and stuff when you go camping and whatnot, 15 is an incredible game, and you will cry at the end of it, is my opinion with it. I think it gets more hate than it deserves. I think if you're a completionist, you get a lot out of that game.
Miss Shirley says your books made quite an impression on the children.
Okay, so they're going to be the end of Midadol's quest. I feel like, because they're talking about Mid before I walk up to him. This Jill. Who is this?
I will not let them be forgotten.
Herman Cursebreaker.
Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
This seems like a random one,
It is
so
an
we're going
honor
to do this
finally
one.
Speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
Why does he want to go to Ash?
The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory.
The Badbach.
Rather,
Talking about my bad back. My bad back, I'm old.
it existed solely to turn bearer children
Dude.
into mindless weapons.
So, you asked me if I think Clive would go down as one of the strongest FF Pro tags. I feel like that's a much more nuanced conversation. You know who definitely goes down in my book as the strongest FF antagonist? Arden.
Can't imagine.
I lost so many.
And I will argue this all day long.
I can't even remember
because he's immortal.
All their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision.
And I also think the real villain of 15 was Bahamut. That's a separate discussion.
Every death logged with meticulous care.
But yeah, he's immortal, so he's impossible to kill.
Me to travel to Ash.
He's a master of magics.
The registry,
because he's in that bloodline that can use magic.
Might live on.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
No, I'm gonna go take care of it, my guy.
You, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Badbach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest. Overlooking.
Oh, I know where Vida Grace is.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Oh man, is that what the final... I need to go read the book. I need to read the book, Dark Goku. I own it, and I haven't sat down to read it yet. But yeah, I was bummed on those canceled DLCs. I was pretty bummed on the canceled DLCs. I'm pretty sure I know what he's talking about. I think it's right here. Oh, no, it's over here. Other side. But, I also still need to play, Comrades. I never finished Comrades. But yeah, the Arden DLC, like, in my opinion, is one of the best DLCs for a game ever. Like, I think if I were to look at, like, 3 of my favorite DLCs that have ever been released for a game, Episode Arden would probably be number 1. Number 2 would be, like, the Old Hunters for Bloodborne. And then number 3 is probably the Frozen Wilds.
That'll do, girl.
For Horizon Zero Dawn.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry's still here.
Like, I know there's a lot of DLCs out there, but, like, those are 3 that, like, really stood out for me. And I think Arden is just... The other thing about 15, today's exercise will consist of... Okay, this is just a weird schedule for the kids.
Conditioning.
Writ of incorporation.
Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place.
Man, yeah, it seems like the kids here... This is going to be the registry. I've recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much have thought of her since handing her the authorities to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it was her. I'd been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile, the smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bear. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me, my daughters, my wife's, all of them. All those children, so many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. And so I have decided tomorrow I too must die. I will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accursed corpse beneath the Whoa! Whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication, and beside me my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged. Dude, that got dark fast.
Suicide note. Did the
that
director
got
go through
dark
with his plan?
fast.
There's only one way to find out.
Like it was already like dark, but like it cranked up the ante real quick. What am I gonna have to kill to get to this thing? Nothing? That's just a random potion.
A forked white tree. This must be the place.
But yeah, Arden's really good.
Could he really be buried here?
And yeah, I think that's another thing is a lot of people get really upset with 15 for making you watch a movie and watch an anime and like do all this extra stuff to get the full story. The only one I'm personally angry about is the light novel. Because I feel like that should have been in the game. It should have been, oh man, here's the list. Like, it rather than being a book, it should have been in the game and we should have got the DLC. That's the only one I'm angry about. But, like, I think it was a really cool experiment to be like, no, there's a bunch of extra stuff to this game that you can go experience. Oh, let's take out some Akashic.
Of time, I suppose.
This
place is cursed. Nice try.
Ooh! Dude, these gunners hit so freaking hard. Just take this guy out real quick. But yeah, like and like what's funny is I get my friends who are like anime fans who are all like, they shouldn't have made us watch an anime to understand the game. I'm like, you were watching it anyway. But I do like, the thing is like in watching the anime specifically, except for episode Arden of the anime, the anime is largely not needed to understand the story of the game. The anime enhances the game in a lot of ways. And even episode Arden, I feel, gets explained fairly well just within its DLC. Like, people say, like, oh, you have to watch the anime to understand it, but I think everything is fairly laid out in those DLCs. I wish the DLCs would have been part of the game from the get-go. But, like, I'm not on this train to be, like, down with DLCs. I understand how much these games cost to make. And I understand... I made a whole video about this on YouTube, about what it costs a AAA game to make, how many copies they have to sell to be profitable. And, like, if we want to continue to have this quality, we need to be okay with DLC. These games are expensive. Potato, you want to talk to me about my Chocobo's extended warranty? Well, I think my extended warranty from Lycan's just expired. It just expired, Potato. It wasn't a very long extended warranty. It only lasted a week. So I am on the market. I am on the market for that extended Chocobo insurance.
Sid,
So if you ever
did
do
you
start
by
reading
any chance
FF15
recover
Dawn
the
of the
names
Future,
of my fallen
it's probably
friends?
one of those things I'll do while I'm on break, Dark Goku. It's one of those things I'm going to do past the time. That and getting videos out and stuff. Maybe I'll make a video on it after I read it.
The bearer registry.
We've been doing a lot of sad side quests, Potato. I've cried twice. Cried twice already.
The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark
Man, this poor guy. Let me tell you, you get a
can
free
still
Hear Me Out
remember
White
their
Chocobo with your first month's purchase of
It was yesterday.
$11.99. Oh man, and yours
Children
lasts for a
who
month.
were taken from their
Yours
bunks
lasts
in
for a
the
month.
morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive when so many others died in that awful place?
Poor Herman, man.
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering.
Man, there's a lot of
The
talk of
name
getting
was I
records.
lost. I will not let it happen again.
Yeah, we've been doing, so we're doing all the side quests that
records
unlocked at the end of the
have been
game.
buried for all
And been doing some hunts and doing all that kind of stuff.
Were it not for you. Thank you.
And we've done some like capper stories. We had a quest with Torgal that made me really sad. We had a quest with Hippocrates. Yeah, Torgal's okay. Torgal's okay. He just wanted to take me and show me some of his memories. Okay, so that one's mid. This one's Joshua. This one's... So I think these two I want to do next. But yeah, I started with the Torgal story. And he took us to like this place that we used to play as kids. And we found out he'd been going back to the rubble for 10 years of where he thought I died. And he was taking stuff and gathering it, and he had my old sword.
Depends what with.
And he'd just been looking for me for 10 years while I was
To
gone.
join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily
Oh
on
man,
the
this is probably Gav's
Since
final
he
quest.
accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boys' test then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
This feels like it might be a Gav Capper quest. Because Gav himself didn't have one.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Sid.
I'm going to grab Doris.
By all means.
And do her side quest
It's
first.
my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she
Oh?
come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Oh
Sid,
no!
I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to.
Doris is captain of the
Ash is an inhospitable
Cursebreakers.
place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you.
I've been trying to do the like
There was a name
lesser
in the prison
important
register.
characters.
A
That's
name
such a
from my
mean thing to
past.
say. I've been trying to do like the lesser characters
Another of my
first,
former master's
and then I'm
protégés.
turning around and doing
A gifted
the
soldier,
big party
the closest
characters
thing I
last.
had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
I also haven't
The
seen
entrance to the prison
the
lies in
side
the shadow
characters.
of
That's the
waving
word.
walls, just beyond the portcullis.
I haven't
We
seen
should
a
head
quest
there as
for
quickly as we
Jill.
can. I only
It
pray
does
there are
sound
still
mean. I
bearers that I have to
know. I
save.
didn't mean it that way.
As do I, Doris.
But I haven't seen a side quest for Jill anywhere yet. And my assumption is by finishing all the other side quests, it's going to unlock a Jill side quest. Is what it seems like. And so... because I know there's a final quest for Jill. There we go. I know there's a final side quest for Jill. Because unfortunately that got spoiled for me. I haven't seen the whole quest. I just saw someone say, "Oh, I just did the final side quest for Jill." And blankety blankety blank kind of thing.
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the Initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid.
Oh, these are just
There are no masters here.
these are just
Your
big
life is your
chewy
own.
nerds.
Oh,
Just keeping my sugar
Thank
levels
you,
high.
Sid.
Doing that and
Sergeant says you'll be
some
evaluating
delicious
me and my
Coca-Cola.
To become a scout, yes.
Just because I knew it would be a long stream. We're 4 hours in.
I am, but I swore I'd face them, just like the man who saved my life.
We're 4 hours in, and I think we've got like 2-ish hours of side quests
Gav.
left.
It was him who found me and freed me.
I imagine the end is going to be
Imagine
like 2 to
no
3
support,
hours.
Just one man and his nose came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
Ah, the old Eastwatch.
Anything else?
No.
I don't think I've ever been to
Sneaking into a
Eastwatch.
heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the
You're more of a
logbook would be
Sprite
quite
girl.
sufficient. You'll need to assess
I
the
enjoy
situation,
Sprite.
determine a point of entry,
So
create a distraction and effect an
after
escape,
this cutscene, I'll bring
all
up this
without
point.
being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
He's gonna get caught.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you? On my way.
So, one of the funny things about Sprite
Impress me.
is if you ever ask somebody what is the most popular fruit-flavored soda, a lot of people will say like grape, strawberry, orange, but it's actually lemon lime because of Sprite and 7-Up. We don't often think of them as a fruit-flavored soda, but they are. And they're easily the most popular. But yeah, I drink my fair share of Sprite. I'm a big fan of Sprite when I go to McDonald's. McDonald's Sprite hits different.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Thanks, Gal.
But I actually don't drink Coke all that often anymore. It's been the last couple days I've just been really craving it.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Well, let me just take care of this guy. Perfect counter, go! Get on the ground. Judgment Bolt. Lots of punching. Easy. Easy. I once went somewhere and asked for Sprite and they gave me an off-brand and you knew they couldn't fool you. They insulted your knowledge of the ways of Sprite. Some people, man. Some people. Sometimes I go and I'm all like, hey, do you have Coke products? And they go, no, we have Pepsi. Is that okay? And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it is not okay. I'll just have a lemonade.
Gone. Of course.
I don't do that as much anymore because I think it's rude. But in my heart, I know it's not okay. I do enjoy Mountain Dew, though. When somebody does have Pepsi products, that's usually where I go, is I go for Mountain Dew. Especially at the old Taco Bell, I gotta get my Baja Blast. Because you never know when it could be your Baja last.
Good girl.
That's like my favorite thing to say now. Is you never know when your Baja Blast will be your Baja last. Saw that on a meme. Really hit. Fly, Ambrosia, fly! Such a good chocobo. But how's your Saturday been, Potato? How's your Saturday been? What you been up to besides drinking Sprite? Man, I thought this was going to be a Gav ending quest. I haven't seen a quest for Gav.
Straight home now.
Which is kind of odd.
I
Considering
didn't expect
how
you
big
back
of
so
a
soon.
character he's been.
Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled.
Been up since 5:30
I
playing
followed
Star
him to
Rail.
Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild
You got a
apes.
man!
He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword.
Oh dear, is it Blade?
I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I've seen the trailers.
Sorry, Sid.
I've seen the
I knew
trailers.
He had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Oh man, this
Yes,
dude's
Sergeant.
real upset. This dude's real upset. He's got them spider lilies, I know. I know. And he uses a sword. I'm a fan. Okay, before going back to the hideaway, we're gonna deal with oh, it's this place. Okay. I've seen that Balmug Dark. We saw that during the opening, and I thought it was going to be a hunt. I thought I was going to find some insane hunt.
Ready, go?
At this prison.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry. All right.
Get him, Ambrosia. They got in my way.
Thanks, Gal.
Just a regular old lich. Fine, I'll take on these bombs. They're in my way. Bum bada bum bum bada bada dun 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 da dun 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 da dun dun dun. What was that? What was that just dropped down? Yeah, so I saw this place and my first thought was, oh, that's gonna be a hunt.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The
Your ads
corridors
just
are
died
crawling
and you're
with the
back?
Kashik. Most likely guards left behind when the
I
wardens
mean, we
ran.
can't complain. We can't complain
If
about
Chadwick
that.
was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Man,
Then
I will
search the upper
say,
level. Good luck.
I've gone back
Sid.
and forth on the ads,
Stay
wondering
safe.
if it's been better to have that the no mid rolls. But we had some people raid today, and they didn't get stuck in an ad right when they came over, and we actually got to chat, and it was really nice. And I was all like, oh yeah, this is why I did it. This is why I did it, so I could actually make friends with people who show up.
Locked up tight.
Gotta do some punching. This a key? Is this a key for me? Balmung Dark Writ of Designation. The key of the Willowed. Kingdom of Willowed hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bears, both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train a Kuza beast for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention therefore is punishable by death. Man,
So
what's a
this place
Kuza
was
beast?
no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
I don't know if I know what a Kuza beast is. But I'm probably gonna have to fight it. How do I be? How's my stat been? I woke up. I cleaned my room. Did all my stuff with the new shirts. I decided to hang my shirts instead of keep them in a drawer. So there was some reorganizing that happened. And then I went and got some sushi to prep for stream. Make sure that I was nice and fed. And then started streaming. Are you sickly? Are you sickly or just feel like you haven't had a productive Saturday? Because sometimes resting on your Saturday is the most productive thing you can do. Sometimes what you need is that time off. And people need to not beat themselves up for not getting stuff done on the weekends. That's my opinion on the matter.
No sign
I found
of any
Doris.
bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
I have not found any downstairs, but that's because I was not looking downstairs. I was locked out. Question is, how do I get downstairs? Did I go the wrong way? Did I miss some stairs? Where did I go up? Oh, that's where I went up. Okay, so I probably just had to go further. All right. What's this? What is this? You went and checked on doggos, which was technically productive because you had to drive. Nice. That does count. Kuza has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. Its exercises conducted this far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bear captives be employed in order to draw the enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray to achieve maximum benefit and minimal loss of Waluda lives.
Lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Gosh. Is this a key? No, another paper. Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bears assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While the behavior is unexpected, it's not unwelcome. Bears no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed of required. Oh,
Bearers to it.
Man.
This is even worse than I'd feared.
These guys suck.
Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Oh, Doris.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison.
You got an Amazon ad for one of the men's shirts? Oh no.
I know.
Oh
I've been
no.
reading some of these documents and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't. or couldn't, were disposed of. Whatever that
They
means.
were fed to the Kuza
I'm
beast.
afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Oh, well, we had a locked door
Perhaps it will fit
downstairs.
one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be
I
there
get the
in a
feeling I'm
moment.
gonna have to fight this this Kuza beast. White with pink flowers? Oh, that does sound styling. That does sound styling. All I desire is to be stylish. Which, you know, I am now that I've got this fancy new wardrobe.
Let's see what we can find down here.
What is this Kuza beast, though? I feel like it might be a behemoth. Oh, I hear someone.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Yay, we saved someone.
Who are you?
There's no need to be
So
afraid.
I'm actually wearing all old shirts right now. This is an old flannel and my old black shirt.
Some of the guards, they're still here. But something's wrong with them.
Yeah, I decided not to bust out any of the new stuff yet.
Was eaten by the monster.
Decided to hold on to that for when we come back, you know, or in fun
founder.
YouTube videos. Maybe I'll wear some in YouTube videos.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Oh, snap, that's the beast.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Man, what's it gonna be? It might be a behemoth.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live.
Oh, it is!
Not
Oh,
if it's got a
shoot.
taste for bearers.
Oh, man. This is gonna be a hard fight. I see myself getting an orichalcum from this. Which means they were never gonna come from S ranks at all. Gosh, here's the thing. The one in the story killed me, and I don't actually know how I beat it. Oh, yeah, it's an A rank? I thought for sure this would be an S rank.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
On the ground. Oh, frickin' comet. This thing needs to get staggered. Oh man, I totally messed that up.
Too slow.
That common attack is deadly. And I need to get this guy down before he does something worse. The one in the story had stronger attacks than Comet. Woo! Yeah, the one in the story could do like these giant attacks that I was all like, oh, I don't know how to stop this. A behemoth shackle. Oh, man, so I didn't get an orichalcum from this guy.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
I'm just living my life.
I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways.
Oh no, he's
He
been
was
eaten.
Here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Her friend was eaten.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Okay, so that's 2 quests down. Oh, cool. It's taking us right back to the hideaway. I like when it just teleports us back.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would
Yeah.
never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met
Tell
my
us all
former
about it,
master.
girl.
She trained Chadwick and I to do 2 things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore.
Aw, man.
So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof
Good
of
for
that.
him. Good for
Bearers
him.
can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Quest complete. Breath of Darkness gun. Oh, so hers I didn't get. I didn't get something to put in my study. Interesting. Oh, but I've unlocked a new hunt. What do I have? What do I have now in my hunt board? Another S rank, the Masterless Marauder. So I've got 3 S ranks to go. Man, I need to talk to Vivian just to get this.
What will it be today?
What is it that you wish to learn? I have the details here.
Got a lot going on there.
Here you are.
So this is our next,
Thus ends today's lesson.
Talk to this one.
You should have seen him.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
But are we going to let him be a scout? Whoa, I get to actually choose? I'm going to say yes.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid.
I think
the
he
fact
did
remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't.
I want to be a scout.
Sniffing out that log.
I'd join the scouts in the old
Wouldn't do to waste it now.
In the old what's it called?
Fine.
Attack on Titan.
One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
Oh man, so maybe this was like a preliminary quest to unlock Gav's quest.
He's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Man, I do see what people mean by saying the end of the game side quest heavy. Oh, yep. There's a Gav quest. So let's go do aiming high. Because that's a Midadol quest. From the looks of things.
What do you think happened to me?
Or it's going to unlock a mid quest. The children.
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
That's not what he said.
Well, she does have a
These
lot on
kids
her
are dumb.
mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions.
Look at these kids trying to
Don't
lecture me.
listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
Man, I think
do
we're
that
finally going to take
for
Mid to
us.
Sid's grave.
She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
I think we're going to finally get Mid to go to Sid's grave, and I'm going to cry. Yeah, we're in all main character quests now. We're in all main character quests now.
If you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too
Oh
much
man,
on
is
magic.
she gonna make us
And
an
see what that
airship?
got 'em. But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it.
What do
First,
you
I'll
need me to
need
go
oil,
do?
and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
Oh! Of course she's sending me on
I should
errands.
speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Mididol mentioned a new project.
Hey. Man, if she turns the Enterprise into an airship, that'd be cool. But I wonder how that affects the end of the game. Because there was this whole thing about having to fly.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I
Oh.
do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
No, I gotta go find a
with
special
shells,
one.
The older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
This thing's gonna be fun. This thing's gonna be fun to fight. I've only fought a couple adamantoids, and so far they've all been a pain in my side. Well, a little storm panther right there.
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide?
Oh, there he is. There's our big boy.
It looks like we found him. Too slow.
I did not time that correctly. But it's going to be okay. Oh man, I'm like stuck on top of him. This guy ain't so bad. He wasn't too rough. Got my adamantoid shell.
If Mid needs another, she can come and get it herself.
And then oil from Aldil. I'd be lying if I said I remembered where Aldil was. Oh, this was that whole... This whole city got destroyed. Is there even anyone to give me said oil here? Random goblins. Okay, they didn't really give me anything. What am I looking for? Ah, some oil right here. Oh, that's only one of two.
After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Where could this oil be? Aha!
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her process.
Man, yeah, I wonder if this will, like, change the ending of the game, having done this quest. Because if the Enterprise is able to fly, that's a whole different story. But maybe she won't want to fly the Enterprise over to that crystal. Yeah, because that would have to, like, change cutscenes and stuff.
Tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
Oh man.
It's most
Oh.
of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
Even he realizes he's been on fetch quest.
Tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait,
Oh no.
the children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's
Yeah,
just
these
busy
kids, they're
working on the next
traumatized.
project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
It's actually an
You
airship.
think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
The bag of bits.
Since your lesson,
In modern day tongue, we call that the
disassembling,
junk drawer.
reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it!
Perfect, because I need it.
Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your...
Oh man,
hoard.
we're pushing 4.5 hours.
Thanks, Sid.
I'm pushing 4.5 hours. Once Mid gets the Enterprise up and running, might be time to stretch the old legs. Might be time to stretch the old legs, chat.
Well, did they have it?
Right
They
here.
did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What
Pretty
exactly
sure
are you
you're
going
the
to use it
Mid.
for?
You're the genius, Mid.
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place. Well, you just wait and see.
Oh, I wonder if she's gonna make a little toy airship. Yeah.
That should do it. Here goes nothing.
Oh no, what's it still need?
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad.
She needs something to power it.
I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other.
Oh man.
People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right.
What if my dream
Right
is
about
the
a lot of
grave?
things. Not that.
That's a
I'd
question.
admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work.
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie.
Oh, man.
But it isn't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out.
Man, what an interesting take. What an interesting take on Sid.
Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
To actively stop pursuing building an airship. I bet that airship's going to go into my study.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive?
Man.
Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good ones left.
I'm trying to think which Final Fantasy game you find a mithril engine to turn your boat into an airship. Because I think that is a plot point in one of them. The model airship. My dad always said there were two ways of living a dream. Of living life. Chasing a dream, shuffling to your grave. And so that's Mid's quest. Got 3 more. Let's go look at our quarters. I think we're going to do Uncle Byron. Then we'll do Gab. Then we'll do Joshua. I think is the order I would like to do these in.
Say what you will. Lady Karen,
Man, we're approaching the end. Oh, we're approaching the end.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Oh, yeah, it's right there. Right there in the center. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. Before we depart, from Dion, Ifrit, you have my sincerest gratitude for reuniting me with Master Hippocrates. That I might embark upon the most important of journeys, my heart free of regret, though in these past few moons I have come to realize that the longer I spend in the company of you and your brother, the deeper I find myself in your debt. We must swiftly see to the menace that is Ultima, if not to save the world, to save me from the eternity of recompense. Dion. There was one more. Safe returns. This is going to be Hippocrates. Thank you, Clive, for ever indulging the whims of this doddering old soul. I'm ashamed that for far too many years I allowed stubbornness and fear to keep me from something so simple as letting a friend know how proud I was of him. Your intervention has lifted a heavy pall from my heart. Perhaps upon your triumphant return from the skies, you might be inclined to set a page to quill I gifted you. There are many of us who would hear a first-hand account of your time with the Holy Prince, myself included. Uncle Byron? All right, before we pick up Uncle Byron's quest, I'm going to stand up, stretch the old legs. Quick 2 to 3 minute break chat. Remember, grab yourself a snack, a drink, and a friend. Make sure you are taking care of yourself, and we'll be right back.